So by pushing the pawn, you left the knight, right? So anyone joining the stream can join the website chesswithknarek.com and also join us to give your opinion in the games that we will be seeing from the World Cup, and also solve some exercises together. And in a bit, we will have International Master Nemanja also joining us to give his comments on the games. Okay, so I think I want to trade pieces as much as possible because I have an extra piece, right? I just want to trade and try to you have a very funny avatar, Daphne. So I want to trade, right, Daphne, because I have one extra piece. It will make my game easier if I just trade. I'll keep this bishop. I can take that down. Maybe if you captured my bishop first on e6, then you could win that pawn, right? Because you would be attacking it many times, and my bishop wouldn't be defending it. So if you are seeing this live stream, you can join the chesswithknarek.com website. You can sign up for a new account if you don't have an account here, and just join us and play with us and analyze with us and solve exercises with us. That one, Daphne, is it safe for the queen there? Let's see, in the watch, yes, there is the broadcasted game. So if you go to watch, you can watch at the same time the World Cup game that's taking place now. Okay. That's interesting because okay, let me finish the game and then we can see this game because it looks interesting. One of the sides seems to have a pawn down Oh, I ran out of time. Daphne, you won. So let's see. So in this broadcasted game, we can, let's see it on the class board. It looks interesting. Here, it is this game. Here. Yes, this is the finals of the Women's World Cup. And it looks like an interesting game because here, if we just try to analyze this position, it looks like it is equal because let's see, if we compare the material, we can see that white has an extra pawn, but for that extra pawn, they are behind in development. Usually this is what happens in games, sometimes in the beginning of the game, and that's what happened in most gambits, let's say. That's why people play gambits, because they give up pawns, but while they're giving up pawns, then they are gaining time and developing their pieces faster than the opponent who captured a pawn. Here, for example, white does have an extra pawn, but is behind in development. For example, black has castled, white hasn't yet, and white has two pieces that are not developed yet, two minor pieces, black has one. So let's see, but I'm okay. Usually I like to usually if there's a pawn, somebody playing a gambit, or it's just giving me a pawn to gain time to develop their pieces. Most of the time I capture the pawn and I wait for my opponent to try to beat me after giving up the pawn. Okay, so because if you make it to if you survive, with that you would, as much as possible, try to finish your development and then stay safe. Then you will have the extra pawn at the end of the game. But okay, of course, here it looks much more complicated now. Black is threatening the d4 pawn. Let's see here. Maybe Daphne, if you're hearing, or anyone who is hearing, if you go to the webinar, right? Let's see, Daphne is not in the webinar, right? Because if you join the webinar, then you can make moves on the chessboard and tell me what you think. Let's say, what would you play with the white pieces here? So black wants to capture here the d4 pawn. It's being attacked 3 times here, 1, 2, and of course that's an attack too. It's considered an attack because as white is capturing, black will also be able to capture with the queen, while that pawn is defended just twice by white. And there is a lot to calculate here. For example, it looks like black is also giving up something here. But again, it looks too risky. And when white captures on b7 and is threatening the a8 rook, it's going to be a bit difficult because, okay, taking another pawn and leaving the king in the middle, that's going to be, I think, very dangerous. But still, black should be, of course, calculating this very carefully to play to give up pawns in an endgame. In a tournament so important, it means that definitely black has calculated well what they will do after after their opponent captures on b7 and threatens the rook. This looks like a very interesting game, and I think black is very brave to play. I thought that Salimova was as a Bulgarian player. I thought she was from another country. Okay. So Daphne, do you want to try to guess what what white will play here, for example. What would you play if you had the white pieces here? I'm thinking maybe instead of capturing on b7, that looks risky to capture on b7. I'm thinking maybe, let's see, what will black play if we just capture the pawn on c5 with the queen? Because the pressure on the d4 pawn will go. But again, we're being greedy and taking pawns instead of developing our pieces. Let's see. What do you think, Daph? What would you play with the white pieces here? Of course, it's going to be very bad if we take the c5 pawn with the with our pawn. Daphne, can you see why? Why is this going to be a very bad move? If we play this move, I'll make it black's turn. Black can win our queen. How? Daphne or Martin is here. Oh, I lost the game, I think. No, I don't. So if we capture here, how does black win our queen? If white's capturing here, let's make it black's turn again. How does black win our queen? Daphne, let's think like this, that the queen has a defender, right? Who's the defender of the queen? It is the knight, right? Yes, so if we take, what will black play? If we take there, what will black play and win our white queen? Black can win now our white queen. How? If this is played, what can black play? Yes, definitely, because the defender of the queen is the knight. And if we take the knight, that's with a check. And white will have to take back that bishop. And now the queen is alone and black can just capture, right? So definitely in the World Cup, they're not going to play that. Usually they don't blunder in such important tournaments. I had a very big blunder last year in a tournament. I was playing against a very good player and I blundered the piece from the beginning of the game, but that doesn't usually happen. It happens rarely in important tournament. So let's see. So definitely here, we're not considering this move. What do you think, Daphne? What else could white play here? Maybe a move that will defend things and also develop our pieces. Maybe could, for example, knight to f3 work, defending some things and at the same time developing a piece, defending the d4 pawn and developing a piece. But it's again very, very risky because I also worry that if black captures and we have to capture back at one point with a pawn, there will also be an open file on the king. So maybe how about if white trades the queen? And after the trade, it will be again, if we capture here, again, I see that this doesn't look so good because the pressure on the d4 pawn will be very big and capturing later is going to make the white pawns very bad. Oh, it's interesting to know how can white continue here. So on queen c5, let's see, on queen c5, I don't see something specific, but I just think that, let's see, black can maybe continue developing their pieces by gaining time. I'm guessing maybe develop the knight by gaining time, and black has finished all development while white is still trying to defend the queen that's out. But still, those are 2 pawns, and I wonder if, let's see the position. Oh, so white traded the queens, and what now? How to defend that d4 pawn? I don't, is it gonna be okay? Again, pushing is not okay. That's that pawn, because if it's pushed, then maybe black can capture and then capture. Does white want to capture? It's a very interesting game here. Maybe white wants to capture, even if it means that our pawns are getting ruined here, and we'll surely lose one of them later, but we can use this time to finish our development while our opponent is taking our pawns back. That looks like a good plan. But does black have anything more dangerous when we capture? I don't think so. Maybe developing the knight to make some trouble on the queen side. Okay. So while we're waiting here, I also want to see Magnus Carlsen's game. He's playing in the semifinals of the World Cup. So I'd like to see his game too, because in the beginning, that game looked more interesting than this one. Now this game became more interesting, but let's see what's happening there in the open section of the World Cup. Let's see, that's live. That's Magnus Carlsen playing against Abasov. He's from Azerbaijan. So yeah, this game also looks interesting. Because it's like white is waiting for black to castle, and they have already have prepared an attack there. So so if otherwise, let's say white maybe has the option to castle queenside if they need, but for black, it's not really an option to castle on the queen side, because they're it's really not safe for the king. So while castling on the king side is going to create an attack that Magnus Carlsen already has prepared. Yeah, so it started, I think, in the Sicilian defense. Okay, let's go back. Oh, here, 5. So usually when playing with black, I do play the Sicilian, and I'm really not comfortable when my opponent plays like this with white. So yeah, so here it's almost similar to what's happening in the women's tournament. Magnus Carlsen has also given up a pawn, but here we don't see let's say a direct attack, but it's like that sacrifice has made black's pawns weaker. black's pawns are doubled, isolated, doubled. So, and again, white is waiting for black to castle to start a very strong attack. Like I don't want to be playing with black and castling against Magnus Carlsen here. So okay. Maybe the ones joining the webinar should get the link to join the stream as well, so that they get to hear us. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go back. I want to see again what's happening in the women's section. That's the live game. Oh, white pushed the pawn. So in open positions, usually it is very good to have bishops versus knights. So here, oh, okay. So joining the webinar, you can hear them. Okay, you can hear what we're saying. Okay. So usually having two bishops is an advantage. Let's see, someone's challenging me. Let's accept that challenge. And I just want to say that having two bishops usually is a big advantage in open positions, and there black has an advantage. So maybe white wanted to give back their pawn, and but get rid of one of the bishops in that position. So let's see, usually I like playing this opening very much, and I'm very comfortable with it. It's the bishop's opening. I've been playing it for like 20 years. So the idea is we play the pawn to c3 instead of placing the knight there. So usually the knight's place is on c3, all right? But in this opening, we put the pawn on c3, which usually creates some interesting ideas that later we can push the pawn to d4. Sometimes we can push b4, a4 as well. So on the other hand, the knight doesn't have a place on c3 anymore, but moves on d2. But it doesn't stay there because, of course, if I keep my knight on d2, it will keep blocking my bishop that's on c1. Okay. Let's see. Okay. It's fine. So I played pawn to h3 because I want to move my rook to e1 without having to worry about my pawn on f2 in case knight goes to g4 and with the bishop attacking my f2 pawn. And now my plan is to have my knight on d2. Let's see, can you play that? Can I take that pawn? Can't I take it? I can, right? It's defended one time, but I'm attacking it twice. Or is there something that I don't see? I don't think so, because it's also attacking the knight now. I think it was better not to give that that pawn. Let's see, can I push here? Because if I push, I will want to push one more time. That looks a bit bad for black. Yeah, I can push and try to push one more time. And because the knight is pinned, black will have one piece less that can capture on d4, right? Yeah. So the bishop and knight are attacking the d4 pawn, but of course the knight is pinned and cannot capture. If the bishop captures, my knight can capture comfortably. And I also want to push my pawn to d5, attack the pinned piece, right? So it's very important when we pin our opponent's pieces, we keep the pressure. We don't trade. We don't take with the bishop the knight. Then we will be helping our opponent get rid of the pressure. But by keeping the pin, we can cause a lot of trouble. Try to attack the pinned piece. Here it will be a bit difficult to defend this position. Okay, so you gave up the exchange. Oh, I wanted capture. Now you can take. Game twisters. Hi. Where is the best place for my queen? Let's hide a bit. Okay, so we should be careful to try to open up the center before we have castled. It's dangerous. I should try to open the center when you have not castled. Okay, maybe you should have castled there. It would be a bit better. You are watching the live. Okay. Okay. Agam Gupta, nice to meet you. Your turn. Okay, so maybe now Mr. Nemanja is here. So let's see, maybe one Agam, maybe we can wait for a moment because Coach Nemanja is here too. And hello, Coach Nemanja, do you hear me?
Hi, Knarik. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so let's see if we go to the class board, we can go to broadcasts and see the games now that are happening live in the women's finals. This is the game. It looks like a very complicated game when it started. Let's see the beginning of the game.
Okay.
Here, yeah. And it would be good if you can give your opinion on some parts of the game because it looked a bit, let's see. So it looked a bit complicated.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Queen's Gambit. Okay, h6, bishop h4.
Yes, but very soon it becomes a bit too complicated.
Yeah, it's
wait, where did it go? So bishop h5, we were here. Yeah, we were here maybe.
Usually when they play with h6, when they black play with h6, usually they play bishop e6 and something like that. And also later they try to play c5. But okay, this is also interesting because right now when we place our bishop on d3, it's very difficult for them after h3 and g4 to put bishop on g6. So, but let's go. We will see.
Okay, so let's see because there was a point where it was very complicated here. After capture, so white captured the pawn that's on d5.
Yeah, very interesting line. I never saw something similar, to be honest.
Okay, so here, what do you think?
In my opinion, it's almost clear pawn up, but you see that's not very easy to. Also, what's happened next?
C5, yes, and it was a lot of, for example, if capture here, what was going to happen? But I think that it's automatically going to where the game reached now after some time. So let's see, let's share the board in case someone also wants to make a move in the webinar.
Okay.
So let's say if we were greedy and took another pawn, what was going to happen?
I'm not sure 100%. It looked very,
let's see, C5,
weird
so
for
here.
me. Yeah. Queen takes right now. Okay, black has some compensation, of course.
Yeah.
King stays in the middle here, and also maybe knight c6, also maybe rook e8, some threats on d4 later because king is pinned. I don't know. There is a lot of I don't know. Maybe some tricks with the black pieces.
Okay, and how about that would be also too dangerous if we had captured on b7? Let's
Just
see.
a
So
second.
after c5, if so they traded queens and captured on c5 with a pawn. But if we had captured on b7,
yeah, but white already collects some pawns and
on d5, on
yeah,
d4.
if white is greedy to collect more pawns, maybe it should be difficult later because two bishops in open position, also rook e8, king stays in the middle. So I don't know. There should be something. It's difficult to talk without.
So let's see. I think there are just a few moves here. So white traded the queens and captured on c. Pushed the pawn, and so I guess they wanted to trade one of the bishops and give back the pawn.
Yeah, right now, if we just play something with knight 97 or something like that, white can just consolidate his position with maybe bishop c4, knight to e2, something like that. So like must collect knight on c3 and just to play normal game. Also, black should be fine here because 3-on-2 on queen side of the board, and also slightly better development, and pawn structure is slightly better for black.
Okay. Let's see.
Of course, position is about equal because also white will try to play maybe f3, e4, knight f4 to develop light square bishop. So it should be about equal.
Okay, so this is the finals of the Women's World Cup. Okay.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, but also it's interesting to see the men's semifinals.
Okay.
And let's see, this is Magnus Carlsen playing. It also looks like a very interesting game. Again, Magnus has given up a pawn. So what can you say about this position? Let's see.
Well, let's start. This is some type of positions where bishop b5 third move and later capture on c6, as I can see from now.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start.
So let's see the game from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. It's automatically going to the final position sometimes. So bishop to b5, 6, take a, b3, d6, e5, d takes e5.
After d takes e5, I like white's position here because there is some damage pawn structure there, and its plan is very simple for white to play c4, later knight c3 and knight e4, maybe bishop a3 to put some pressure on c5 pawn, at the same time to try to play in the middle because two bishops in this type of positions are not very strong.
Okay, because the diagonals are closed, right?
Yes, especially light square bishop. And
okay, so
but okay, to be honest, right now Magnus didn't capture immediately pawn in the middle, so usually I will take for sure that one on e5 in opening.
G4, knight f7. So is it like white is waiting for black to castle to start the attack here?
Yeah, just to attack, or also maybe to play some G5 and later after G5, then we can try to play on E5 pawn. But after G5, I'm not sure how he can manage to, because also right now black has pawn on E6, which is very important for him because E6 pawn can cover the very important squares in the middle. F5, amazing entry square for our knight. At the same time, maybe D5 square. So that pawn is very important for black, and I'm not sure how Magnus can improve so much here, to be honest.
Okay. So queen to E2. So at any point they should be playing the pawn to G5, and if let's say push, then you can take.
Oh, yeah. Black will wait for sure, but after G5 maybe we have some knight E4 or something like that to put more pressure there, and at the same time to open up file for our rook on G1.
Okay.
Bishop E2.
Let's see what happened. I think we missed some moves here after queen A5, C4, and okay, yeah, G5. So black had to play G5 to avoid white playing G5.
Yes, G5 and maybe later H5, but yeah, after G5, H4 is a move, of course. We don't allow them to play H5, and right now, if he play H6,
he played H6.
H6. I'm not sure how he can improve more here. Maybe something like later to play long castle, because long castle, it's I think safe for white, because both bishops cannot do anything there, especially light square bishop, also dark square bishop.
But what to do with the queen on A5? We can castle.
Maybe not immediately. Maybe not immediately. Maybe somehow to prepare, or also king D1, king C2 looks interesting for me. So
okay,
king D1,
but then
king C2.
Yeah, but then let's say in general, what's the plan? Let's say we played king D1, king C2. Let's say why did white, let's say, want to reach this position?
I see just one plan here, to put our king on C2, maybe later to transfer our D knight to H5 and our F knight to E4, maybe to put some pressure on F6.
Wow.
Okay. I cannot find a better plan here, to be honest. It's difficult. Pawn structure is very strong in the middle and for black, and everything is very well covered. So I cannot see better plan. But of course, maybe Magnus can.
Okay. Let's see.
Let's go. Because also we don't have some pawn breaks here. There is no, we cannot push in the middle because there is pawn on C5 and E5, and
it would be good if we could see also the maybe time, how much each how much each player is thinking on each move. That would be a good thing to add in the broadcast.
There is also some plans with queen to E4, and after that move, potentially we can go to G6 and at the same time put some pressure on C6. But I'm not sure what after that.
So why rook to H1?
Rook H1, yeah,
they want to capture now.
No, maybe not immediately. Maybe he will try to double rooks on that file or something like that. Also, maybe knight to E4 and potentially to capture later on g5 or something like that, to exchange rooks on that file and to try to put another rook on h1, something like that. Yeah, position is very difficult. It's very unusual. It's a pawn up for black, but of course it's playable.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back to maybe the other game.
Okay.
Here. Let's see if they played there in the women's section. Yeah. So what changed since we were here? We saw here, right? We captured.
Yes. Rook takes.
Here we saw till here, right? Okay, so they traded the rooks.
Rook d1. King takes. King d1 is the last move. Huh?
Yes, king d1 is the last one.
Yeah, as I told you, he will White will try to play maybe knight f4 with a tempo. Later maybe f3 e4 to restrict a light square bishop, or it depends how black answer after that. Maybe also bishop e2, bishop f3, but position is about equal, to be honest.
But it's a position where they're fighting to win, or it's just like are they fighting to win here, or let's say
it's also dynamic. We have to calculate here, but I think position is about equal. Black will try to play knight c6, maybe knight to e5 in the middle, control some light squares in the middle. At the same time, queen's pawns on a queen side to put on the dark squares. Also, every single king's endgame is better for black, but White will also try to grab more space in the middle to restrict light square bishop. And as I told you, position is about equal in my opinion.
okay.
So knight f4, knight in the middle, something like that. Maybe black is faster here because rook d8 goes with a check, and maybe later knight a5, knight c4 also is idea.
And on the check, white should move the king to c1 or e1.
I think c1 because later C1. we want to try to bring our rook in a game. Rook d1. If we if king goes to e1, we have to spend more tempo there. We cannot see.
Do you want to play a game meanwhile?
Yeah, okay, we can play some games.
We can play. Let's see. There's Daphne
I have to join there, or
no, maybe you can just challenge someone who's there if you want, or if no one, maybe we can play. I can.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, there's someone called Checkmate. Maybe challenge that person, and let's see, or I can challenge Daphne, maybe.
Let's go, and we'll discuss.
Yeah. You can see the game here when I'm watching games. We can also see the women's.
Okay.
In the watch part, we can also see the broadcasted game.
You started game already, or?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
so maybe I can challenge you if there. Okay, I'll challenge you.
Okay, let's go.
You don't see that I put that I have white pieces, right?
Yeah, let's go. You can play with white. No worry.
I did random.
Okay.
Daphne is playing against someone. Let's see.
Okay.
What is she playing? Oh, she's playing Dynamite.
Let's go.
Can I request an opening also?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, that's okay. C5 is okay.
Okay, close Sicilian. Bishop B3.
So let's see, anyone watching the stream on YouTube can join our website, chesswithcanary.com, where me and Coach Nemanja are trying to see the World Cup games, trying to analyze the World Cup games. And sometimes you can also challenge us to the game to play. If you have an account, you can just join. If you don't have an account, you can sign up to a free account and just join us and play with us. Nemanja, I want to ask, next
Mhm,
Sunday, maybe I'm going to play in the Cyprus Blitz Championship, the open section, but
mhm.
it's a 5+0. Is there, let's say, a strategy that one follows if there is no increment? Let's say, should I count more on the time? Because let's say, well, okay, what
Yeah,
is the strategy if there's no increment? You know, how is
yeah.
it different than if there's an increment?
So I know that you with the white pieces you play cola system, so it should be very solid for you 5+0 to play something like that because it's really simple plan there. You just wanna.
But I sometimes I play that system. Sometimes, like most of the times, I play E4. I do play,
Uh-huh.
but that is something new that I'm trying now.
So yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what is your
I mean, when it
what you usually.
concerns time, when it concerns the time, is there any? Is it different than playing a game with an increment? Let's say, should I focus less on finding better moves because, or I don't know.
Yeah, just play your theory. Just play what you know best, and later, just play a bit faster during opening and middle game, and of course, try to spend some time when you have some critical positions. And it's simple. So just play your theory and what you know best, and later in middle game plans you will know what to do. And when you have some critical positions, of course, you have to spend a bit more time.
Because lately I played one other tournament. I don't know why in Cyprus they most Blitz tournaments they play without increment. So I played one without increment, and it took me time to get adjusted because let's say the first game I lost on time because
Mhm.
but I was winning. Let's say that was
Yeah.
maybe yeah.
As I told you, just in opening and middle game, try to play what you know best, because you will know some middle game plans, and also in opening, you if you know what to do, uh, you'll spend not so much time. So just play what you know best, and just play a bit faster in opening and middle game. When you have critical position, you have to spend time. Uh, okay, something like this. It's online tournament or over the board?
It's over the board.
Mm-hmm. Before tournament is if you have some free time, try to play some over the board games with some students, or it can help you a lot because it's not the same perception when you play online and on a real board.
Yes, I understand. You know, last year I played in the chess Olympiad, and it had been even before COVID, before I had played over the board. And
Yeah,
I played directly in the Olympiad, and it was like I could not really even see the pieces on I could not understand what's happening. You know, I had to sit.
yeah, I
They
understand.
really look what's happening here.
It's
And
very difficult.
I
Also,
blundered on
yeah,
several games before I got used to.
a few days ago I also played one Blitz tournament here, and also I start four out of four, but later play very badly. So I didn't play for a long time on a real board, and it's always difficult.
let's see. So yeah. So anyone joining us in the webinar where it's Coach Nemanja and I are playing here, but mainly in this webinar, what we are doing is we're trying to see the World Cup games. After this game, we're definitely going to see what happened there and analyze the World Cup games. Okay, I think here.
That move wasn't perfect.
Capture.
Because always when you have pawn on f5, it makes a lot of pressure on my king side, and it's always better to play with that pawn, I think. But of course, position is about equal. I'm not better here, but I think it's more difficult for me to play when you have pawn there.
And I shouldn't have worried about you capturing it, right?
Yeah, because when I capture, I can just double my pawn and pawns,
okay.
and
yeah, but I just didn't know how to continue. Let's say what bishop g5.
Also here, instead of knight back, knight f3, maybe better plan for you is somehow to reroute your f2 knight somehow on f3, because later you can jump on g5, and that knight on h4 put some pressure on g6, and when you jump on g5, there is some threats on e6, and
that was unexpected move.
yeah, there is.
I did not notice.
You forgot about your pawn there. Yeah, bishop d4 was mistake. Just I can simply go back, and there is no. Yeah, rook g1 is also not perfect because bishop f1 is not working because of knight f3. Better for you was rook f1 to try to exchange rooks, and your queen is very nice on e7. It's difficult for me to reroute my pieces sometimes.
Here it's difficult, right, to play this.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult.
Okay, let's just go and see the games, what's happening there.
Okay, let's go.
Thanks for the game. It was a good game. But I would also like later to see, because okay, let's say how I started the middle game. Was it okay? Let's say how I played in the
you played very solid. Also, I didn't play perfect there with h5. It's better maybe to wait there with short castle. I also didn't play perfect. I think I have to play their short castle immediately without h5. And when you go bishop h6, always when you push h4 to attack me, I can jump knight g4. And after that, I can exchange some exchange dark squares, later e5 in the middle.
Okay, I will see that for sure. I will analyze the game. So let's see where had we reached. So these arrows, they're showing the best moves in each position. We can turn it off and put it when we want. This was whose game? This was this was the game that we were seeing. Yes. So we had reached when the kings were when the rooks were traded, right? King d1, knight c6.
Yes.
Okay, so white played king to c1.
Because anyways, black will play rook d8 to check. So king c1.
Yes, and we had said that king c1 was the best move. So let's see, after king c1, rook d8. Okay, knight f4, bishop to f5. So g4 was best here, but
but g4 is difficult move, to be honest, because then your pawn structure is not very healthy. If you push your pawn to g4, at the same time he can just put his bishop in the middle. It's difficult to play something like that, to be honest.
So white played bishop to e2 instead. So
bishop there make a lot of sense.
So now the computer is suggesting pawn to g5.
Yeah, g5 and then maybe knight in the middle, knight to e5, and after that black can control a very important d3 square and maybe c4. After that, you can try to exchange your bishop for bishop and to jump with your knight on d3.
So is black doing better here, or it's just easier?
Yes, I think black is slightly better. Maybe not so much, maybe 0.5, something like 0.6, something like that. That's my opinion.
Let's see, we can see here what's the evaluation.
Yeah, something like that.
0.8, yeah, okay.
Because you develop all of your pieces and it's not easy for white to cover everything here.
Okay, so for everyone in the webinar or watching us, we are seeing this is the World Cup finals, women finals. And okay, this is the position that we reached here. And after g5, the knight is moving to what square? Just h5?
Just a second. Yeah, there is no better move. Yeah. There is no option. So knight h5. You cannot jump in the middle because I can just collect 3 pieces. Yeah, g5 is a very solid move. Because after that move, if you jump to h5, later you can jump knight f6 or knight g3. So that's nothing special for white. So
you mean after the pawn is pushed, we're going to move the knight to h5 and then g3. So meanwhile, black is going to play plan is knight to the center and then trade bishop.
Something like that. That's my plan. That's my plan. So maybe that's not perfect, but because I didn't spend a lot of time here, but you have to infiltrate your knight somewhere because your knight on c6 is not very useful. because there is no jumps on b4 or d4. So you can just try to infiltrate knight in the middle,
Okay.
and to try to control some light squares there.
Okay. Let's also see what's happening in the Magnus Carlsen's game, in the open section. So here, this was the game. And let's see where we were. Yeah, we had seen rook to h1. Yes, and black castle long.
Long castle, very interesting move, yeah.
And also white castle long. Wow.
Yeah, I told you, long castle is normal move. So
okay, let's see if those were the best moves suggested by the computer. Let's see if long castle was, and here long castle not suggested move. It's a queen to queen to e4.
Queen in the middle, yeah. But after long castle,
but a capture here, what happens? And the computer is suggesting
king c2. When you go back, maybe rook a1, bishop c3, and bishop to a5. Maybe I can try to something like that. Maybe not, but king c2 for sure. You have to move your king.
But maybe the computer sees some good defense, but they're suggesting to capture.
Queen takes, king c2, queen back, rook a1.
So let's see. So if queen takes, king c2, let's see this. So the threat is going to be rook to a1. So the queen has to go back, right?
Yeah.
And rook to a1, queen to b6 to keep defending the bishop.
Yeah, and queen, right now bishop c3 threatens
bishop to c3,
bishop a5. Yeah.
Want bishop a5, right? And it was going to be difficult to defend. Here, let's see what happened after castle. So instead of capture, black didn't capture, played from now queen to c7. And Magnus played the best move, like to e4.
Knight e4, you have to jump there, as I told you, to put some pressure on c5. This is very common idea in these type of positions, where black has bishop on a6 and double pawns on c5, c6 and c5. Plan is simple: put our knight in the middle, or maybe knight to a4 to put some pressure on c5.
So next, can you repeat, please? So
yeah, as I told you, it's very common plan when black has double pawns on c5, c6 and c5. At the same time, his light square bishop is out of the board there and very weak piece, so you cannot do anything there. So what to do? We can put our knight in the middle on e4 like Magnus played, or maybe knight to a4. It's also idea. And
a4. Yeah, a4. Okay.
Yeah. And we put some pressure on c5. Later we can play bishop a3, put more pressure there, and also queen to e3 if you needed to.
Yes, we will be putting pressure on the
as you can see, it's difficult for him to protect that pawn with the three pieces. You can protect with queen and bishop. And how you can reroute your knight to protect the pawn with three pieces?
It's not possible.
Difficult. Yeah.
Okay.
So
but I wonder, let's say if black was preparing this game, why would somebody want to play such an opening with black against the world champion, put the bishop on such a not good square? Is it not that simple?
Yeah, because usually, right now black is pawn up. That's also a thing. So he can open up somehow. Okay, when you play against Magnus, every single open is difficult to play.
Yeah. Okay.
But
this was intentional. Do you think they wanted to reach this position?
Yeah, he wanted, of course, because usually, as I told you, in opening, we collect pawn on e5, but Magnus didn't. So usually we collected pawn on e5 in opening and just play normal game. Black also has some compensation there.
Yes, in the beginning where let's see, where we played pawn to e5, black captured. So here Magnus should
not immediately, because right now queen to d4 is a move, but before b3, I think.
So d3, f6, but already f6 defended it. So we should have captured right away. Here capture, let's see, after capture, does computer suggest also d3?
D3, Usually we play first bishop b2 or something like that, or queen to e2, and later play e5. But Magnus play immediately, so maybe.
So before e5. So before pushing e5, maybe
Yes,
queen
we
e2.
play queen e2 or maybe bishop to b2, something like that, and later we push e5. But if you play something like that, black can also push e5. So.
Push e5 before we push.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So this is the position that we reached, and black decided to capture, I think, here.
Yeah, black must do something right now, because I told you what is a threat. Very simple threat. Right now, he decided to open a position on a king side of the board, and.
Okay, now because okay, rook
But
g8.
to be honest, position is very complex here. Also, right now, queen on c7 protect our pawn in the middle on e5, and also knight protect our pawn on e5. So black can also push in some positions f5, maybe. Not immediately, but maybe later.
See, what is this f4 that's suggested for white?
That's also interesting move. f4, if black takes the pawn, knight f6, and later queen to e6 is a threat.
So if black takes the pawn,
maybe knight f6.
Oh, take, yeah, because we will be attacking the pawn twice, right? Yeah,
and
then also attacking e6, yeah.
Yeah, and his structure is very very weak later. And also, as I told you, light square bishop is out of the game, so you have to spend a few tempos to activate that piece.
But how? Let's say if you were to do some moves to activate
king to b8, bishop c8.
Okay, but then what? Is that better? Well, let's see, then what?
Yeah, and later to play maybe f5, something like that, to try to open up something there.
Yeah, and then
there is no better way.
Okay. So everyone joining us in the webinar, we are looking at the World Cup game. You can also go to Classboard if you want to see the board where we're analyzing, and you can suggest moves on the chessboard if you want. You can do moves and suggest moves on the chessboard if you go to Classboard. You can also send challenges to me or to Coach Nemanja if you want to play, and we will be happy to play against you.
He played rook g8.
Yes, and I guess if the computer is suggesting pawn to f4, Magnus is gonna play it, right? He won't miss such a move, yeah?
Yeah, no, he'll calculate. But I think f4 is natural here. Because after that, when you capture your pawn on f4 should be very weak. I can always play knight f3, and it's really difficult for you to push the pawn later. At the same time, as I told you, knight f6, queen to e6, and
the knight f6, yeah.
Yeah, white should be fine. Let's check women's section. Maybe there's some new moves.
So now we're moving to the women's section final game. Let's see. Here is something changed. Yes, black has played g4. Something has changed. Let's see. We had reached
yeah, knight in the middle, as I told you. It's very common.
With bishop 2. Yeah, we were expecting pawn to g5, right? And we were saying that knight's only move was to h5. And
bishop there, yeah. This is maybe more precise move because threatens on a2.
Oh, so okay, threatening on a2, but let's see, let's go back. So instead of knight to e5, right? We're looking at this move. And
yeah.
So threatening the pawn, and
yeah, white.
And if white pushed, what was the idea.
He must do that because if you move your king, I can infiltrate my rook on second rank.
Yes, if we
And
move the
after
king,
that-
the rook would move to the 7. It's a second rank, yes.
So you have to do that. And okay, that move is maybe more precise because when you put your pawn on a3, later I can jump again with the knight in the middle. And when I put my bishop on c4, after exchange, my knight can put more pressure on a3 pawn.
Okay,
So yeah, that
that's
move
the plan.
is more precise, yes.
Yes, and if we trade the bishops, the knight is going to be attacking.
Yes, and also knight on c4 can support our rook on d2.
Okay.
But of course, also white can also play, for example, knight f6 or maybe knight somewhere in the middle. So position is dynamic, but black should be slightly better.
Can maybe white play like this because of some tactic?
Yes, but later you will have some holes on the dark squares.
Which one? Because d4 is not a
but
problem,
maybe
but f4.
maybe f4, and also after that your bishop is not very effective. Later, every single endgame, I can bring my king in the middle, and my 3 pawns on a king side will very well control your four pawns because you have some problems, with the dark squares.
Okay.
So after that move, I can just go back with my bishop and just stay with my plan on a king side or bishop c4.
So the same plan if we play here and then bishop to c4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also potential after that move, black can play knight d3 because bishop and rook better cooperate than bishop and rook and knight. So also maybe knight d3 is a move after that.
You mean after e4?
Yes, after bishop to e6, and when you play something knight d3. When you play a3 here, because you have to push your pawn after bishop e6.
So here they're suggesting to trade the rooks.
Yeah, you have to try to exchange your rooks because otherwise I can always control that open file, and I must try to draw this game somehow.
Okay, so anyone in the class, let's see, someone joined now. Yeah, they can also ask questions if they want. Okay. Is there someone online that maybe would like to play here? There's Daphne, there is Wise Willow.
I can challenge, just a second.
Yeah, or if Daphne also wants, or Wise Willow can challenge one of us, me or Coach Nemanja.
Okay, I send them challenges.
White did play rook to d1, and trading rooks, they say, is the best.
Yeah, if we move our rook, then white can control that open file. So we have to take and somehow try to do something in this endgame, but yeah, it's always difficult.
Let's say Nemanja after the trade. Okay. For example, for me to play this endgame, it's
You have to take with the king. You have to take with the king.
Otherwise we're losing. Yeah, otherwise we're losing the pawn on with a fork, right? So here there will be a fork, and we will lose the pawn that's on here. Yeah. So we have to take with the king when the rook takes. Yes, I missed that. So let's see. But for me, for example, to play this endgame, well, let's say. In each move, it's like I will be calculating like I'm playing the middle game. We're not doing calculations. It's like let's say I'm not so familiar to play this end game, but at the same time, let's say, are there any studies where you can study such similar positions and and try to be familiar with this? Let's say if you give me this game, let's say I really have no idea of the plans that I should be, let's say, does it have to do with knowing how to work with your bishop? Does it have to do, or there are such similar studies that you can study and...
So you have to calculate also like in every single middle game, but okay, this is end game. There is not so much pieces, and always check your pawn structure. For example, here black has 3-on-2. On a queen side of the board, you always try to exchange your pieces and to push your pawns there, because every single pawn end game will be better for you. At the same time, of course, centralize your pieces in the middle game. If you can try to force them to put some pawns on the light squares, after that your bishop will be better than his bishop. But especially for pawn endgame, so you have very well centralized pieces in the middle, and just try to infiltrate your king, because king is very strong.
At what point? At what point? Just after a trade of rooks, we can just start getting the king to the. Maybe
not immediately. Also, yes, bishop to e6 and maybe bishop c4. Maybe we will try to exchange. I'm not sure 100%. I have to spend a lot of time here to check how to play later, because when we exchange our rooks and when we play bishop to e6, he can also jump knight f6, knight to e4 maybe, or knight somewhere. And to be honest, that's not very easy to play in this endgame. But as I told you, black is slightly better also here. Maybe that's not enough, to win this game, but black is fine. There is more chances to do something. Okay, Daphne accepted, but I forgot about my game. So let's go to.
We can see the game now.
Very much again.
Okay, so after capture, the computer suggesting bishop e6. What you were suggesting, bishop e6, and then we said bishop c4, right?
Yeah, it's maybe bishop c4, maybe not. Maybe to infiltrate our king. Pawn to a3 is good for us, because later we can jump with the knight on c4 and put some grab one more tempo. So bishop e6 is fine move. So I think
yes,
she'll play for sure that move.
Okay, and I guess white also should try to change the position of that knight from h5. Yes,
of course, but knight f6, king somewhere, knight in the middle, then bishop to bishop e5, bishop d5, and then put some pressure. Maybe not immediately, maybe knight g3 or something like that.
Okay, let's see.
Also, to be honest, just a second. Also, maybe f4 there makes some sense in that position, because then we put our f4 to try to exchange some pawns and.
For white to play f4.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go back to the game. I forgot again. So let's go.
Okay. Daphne, it's your turn. So anyone in the webinar who has questions, you can just unmute and ask the questions you have about the World Cup that we're analyzing, or if you also want to play, you can challenge me or Coach Nemanja, and also ask any questions you have.
Bishop e5. Okay, Rui Lopez. Bishop b4. That move is not perfect here because in Ruy Lopez, I like to put my pawn on c3 because that pawn can support later my d4 pawn. So slightly better for you is just to develop your knight on knight f6, or maybe later bishop e7, bishop c5. There is few lines, but bishop b4 is not perfect approach. You see, right now you spend already one tempo with bishop b4, then bishop c5. I think I can collect like this in the middle. And pawn to d4. But Daphne, you have to take that one, huh? You want to collect e4. E4, knight e4 is a bad move. I can just take knight f7, I think. So you have to take on e5 right now. Otherwise, I can collect also right now your knight, or maybe knight f7 again. You have to take on e5. And short castle. Okay. That's also weak move. I can simply play pawn in the middle, and this is a fork. Have to go on b6 or maybe e7. Let's go back. Let's go back. Bishop e7 or bishop e6.
So for everyone joining us in this webinar, what we're doing is, okay, right now, Coach Nemanja is playing against Daphne. You can see it in Watch, see the game in Watch. And what we're doing is that we're analyzing the World Cup finals, Women World Cup finals with Coach Nemanja, and also the semifinals of the open section, the men's section, and they're both interesting games. But now we're taking a break and playing some games. Of course, if you want, you can ask any questions and just unmute and ask any questions, or just challenge me and Coach Nemanja to a game if you want to play.
That's bad, Daphne, because I can collect three piece. Queen takes. Try every single move to develop your pieces. Right now, your bishop is.
Coach Nemanja, in order for someone to improve, let's say in Daphne's level and age, she's like 6, 7, and or it's just let's say starting to play chess and is beginner intermediate level, and they want to improve in a fast way, let's say, how many tactical puzzles should they solve per day?
That's not just tactical examples.
What
you have
else?
you have to play chess to
Play a
watch
lot,
some,
yes?
play a lot,
Yeah.
to watch some YouTube videos, to
Okay.
of course to do some puzzles, and to enjoy when you do something like that, and just move by move. You cannot improve very fast, of course.
But daily there should be chess in their schedule, or not necessarily? Let's say how many times a week they should play, or
To be honest,
practice.
yeah, if you have a lot of time, of course you can play 2 or 3 hours a day, or maybe more. But okay, as I told you, of course you have to find a chess coach is also fine if you can find some chess coach, or maybe to go some chess schools or something like that, and of course to spend some time
to go
with
to
chess
our
tournament.
website,
Of course, to check our website and to join us. Okay, so bishop
to join also a live chess club, maybe that's also good, to play over the board games, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Just to be in chess, always if you have some tournaments, just to go there and to play, and to spend a lot of time with chess there every single day, of course.
I think that now it's a bit there are like too many distractions for kids, let's say, to spend many hours on chess, maybe every day. It's very rare to see some really discipline because there are a lot of distractions.
Usually they spend a lot of time with other things, and they will. Some of my students, play chess, play some other instruments or some other sports and that stuff, and 2 or 3 sports during the day, it's really difficult.
Yes, because there are different activities at the same time. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's say I remember when I was a child, it was the only thing I did, just play chess.
Of course. Also,
so yeah, so that's why maybe it was easier, and there were no such distractions. Let's say video games, or there were, but they were not so advanced that you would want to spend your life on it.
Yeah.
So here the position is the same, I think, in the women's section.
King
the
to
game
D1.
The game has not changed.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, let's check Magnus Carlsen.
Right here, yes, nothing's changed. Yes, so let's go to Magnus game. Is it in parallel happening the other game that is also in the semifinals? Is that now happening too? We weren't looking at it.
Yeah, I think yes.
It's
yes.
in parallel.
We can check also that game. Yeah.
We can check it. And how about the for the 3rd and 4th place in women? It's also happening now. Let's see.
I think yes, everything is the same.
But because I don't see another live here. Yeah, it is here. Yes, yeah. This is for the 3rd and 4th place in the Women's Cup, right? We can also see these two. Okay, so maybe let's see this, and then let's go to the men's section. So here we didn't see from the beginning what happened. This is let's see. So C4. Let's see step by step what happened here. So is this the English, or it transposed to something else? And I'm not familiar.
Just a second. I have a problem with. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, English opening. 94. Everything is normal here.
Okay, let's see. It's automatically going to the end. So let's see where we are. We were here.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, queen takes d3. c6. Both sides castle. So here, what the general plan with playing this this isolated pawn is.
So when you play with isolated pawn, usually you want to push that pawn, or also try to organize some play around your pawn. And
it's already captured. It already got captured.
Yeah, because usually it's a tricky line. You sacrifice your pawn, but later you can improve your bishop to f6, and maybe later when they try to defend that pawn on b2, bishop f5, something like that. So it's playable. It's very tricky line. You have to know lots of theory there. You see right now, also when we check last position, white is pawn up, but position is not very clear.
Attacking the bishop, and okay, we have to protect. Let's see, but why is let's see, black is delaying capture? They don't have to hurry to capture.
No, because also rook b1, and I put some pressure on your knight and your bishop potentially. Maybe later knight c5, something like that. I'm not sure that you can collect immediately. Maybe he like to improve some pieces to exchange something, and later to collect in endgame.
Oh, okay. So bishop h3 was the last move here. Let's see. So the game has reached here.
Can you check what's evaluation here?
I think we have to broadcast it so that we see it, because the broadcasted game is the game of no, not here anymore. So I think we can broadcast this one. So let's see. Let's go to our board and find this game. This is the women's section, finals, and here. Let's see. Let's broadcast this game. And let's see it. What's the evaluation here? It's a white plus
white
one.
Is much better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because if they take bishop b2, yeah, right now, of course, bishop f3, or maybe also we can maybe collect the pawn on b7. Yeah, black tried to.
Let's see it here so that we show the moves with arrows. Yeah. Okay. So here.
Like try to play some dynamic game here, but I'm not sure that. Also, both pawns are weak on a
so
a7
here.
and b7. Yeah.
So white can capture here.
I think, yeah.
Let's share the board.
But also, if white collect pawn on b7, maybe knight c2, and when you move your rook, I can collect knight to e3. So also that.
So if capture knight c2.
Very interesting line, yeah.
If we move the rook.
Just a second.
Bishop
c5 is working here.
Is a bit in between.
Yeah. Position is very dynamic, and it's difficult to predict everything. It looks like white is clear pawn up, but
how is it working? If we had captured.
Yeah, they can collect knight b3 then.
Yes, after take on f8, we can capture.
So what to do
then?
Let's
say here. So maybe that's why white shouldn't capture, because this is not working.
Yeah. But you see, if you move your bishop somewhere, for example,
let's say
bishop f3 or bishop d3, yes, or maybe bishop g2 is also
g2
correct.
Change, trade, yeah.
Yes, but later knight c2, when you move your rook somewhere, I can collect your bishop and later recapture with my rook, and then it's very dynamic.
Yeah. And we cannot keep the bishop on the b1 h7 diagonal.
Yeah. I think it must take pawn on b7 because it's a free pawn. Knight c2.
Let's see. This one, it gives the rook, right? It gives the exchange.
Knight c2, and then
Okay, so on capture, knight c2, and the rook must move, right?
also maybe bishop c5. And when you collect my rook, I can recapture with the rook or with the knight. And then you have to play bishop to e7, and I have bishop is knight takes knight.
Knight takes.
And when you play bishop to
Bishop
e7,
to e7.
but also rook d8 is a move. Bishop e7, I can collect pawn on a7, and I'm fine.
Oh,
You see that? I collect 2 pawns there. But after bishop c5, you can play rook to d8 in between move. Threatens exchange rooks. You understand me?
yes, but let's see.
Let's go. Bishop
it's
e7.
not staying on the board when I put it. So let's see. So if we take on b7 and
knight c2,
knight to c2,
bishop c5.
Oh yeah, bishop to c5, and I went back. Let's see here.
Bishop c5, and right now no, knight takes rook. Yeah.
Knight takes and knight takes.
Knight takes, yeah.
Okay, and on bishop to e7, you want to capture on h.
Yes, but instead of bishop e7, maybe rook to d8 first. Rook d8 is a very strong move. And when you move, we have to move our rook right now because they threaten mate.
Yeah.
When we move our rook, he can just play rook to e8, move rook from f8.
Yes, save the rook, right.
So yeah, position is, as you can see, very dynamic. And this was in a game, huh? Rook c8 or
rook c8. They just played it. They just played it now, I guess. No,
I'm not sure. Rook c1 is bad move. They can just collect 3
bishop e4. What happened here? Rook to f3 was played in the game.
Oh, this is
okay.
Very interesting move.
Yes, but let's see what was the suggestion of the computer here. Knight to d2 was suggested. To keep the bishop on this diagonal to avoid knight c2. To keep the bishop here to avoid knight to c2. But I guess pawn to f3 does the same thing. But why not? Is there a problem with it? Because I see that it's
yeah, right now king is safe. King f2 later, bring your king in the game, and at the same time, there is no problems with your first rank. Maybe in some exchange.
Yes, there's no problem. So maybe f3 is okay, but knight d2. Oh, suggesting that the rook captures the bishop and then plays knight to c2, right?
Yeah, because there is 2 bishops later. Yeah, knight c2, then
and then knight to c2.
Yeah, bishop a7, then knight takes rook. Yeah, then two bishops, and damage pawn structure in the middle.
And now, yeah.
Very interesting lane. Then white is pawn up, but that's not clear because you have double pawns in the middle.
If we keep the bishop, give the knight.
So
rook takes, pawn takes, knight c2, and keep the bishop.
No, we have to keep our bishop.
Keep the bishop. Right?
Yeah, maybe to take the pawn. Yeah, just take the pawn. Knight takes there, and
take with
maybe rook takes. But yeah, position is difficult right now for white. I'm not sure that you have a lot of advantage here.
So anyone joining us in the live stream on YouTube, you can also join us on chesswithcanary.com website, where Coach Nemanja and let's see, there are people joining here, and I are discussing the World Cup games. and analyzing those games. And if you have any questions, you can ask about these games, or if you want to play against Coach Nemanja or against me, you can play. If you don't have an account on our website, you can just create a very fast sign up to a free account here and just join us and play with us and use our website. Let's see. So let's go to the men's section and see both games. The game that we were already watching with Magnus Carlsen, and the other game in the semifinals that we weren't watching.
Okay.
So that's Magnus' game. Let's see, where were we? Oh, I think we saw on Rook G8. We were here, right? And
yeah.
We were saying that F4 was suggested here, because if he takes F4, there was knight takes F6, and that's what happened in the game. We're attacking F6 twice. Take Queen E6 first.
Yeah, Queen E6 in with
a check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very nice.
Queen E6 check, King B8, and then take the bishop on F6. So bishop C8, and rook to E1. This is what happened in the game. So what happened here is that okay, so Magnus got back his pawn, right? But the pawn on
G4 is very weak. Yeah,
G4 is weak. Okay, but can't be captured now. Let's say, why is that? Why is it suggesting?
Maybe
there's a threat here. Is there a threat of rook D7? Of rook E7?
Rook E7, he'll play rook to D7 immediately.
Okay.
And I think you can solve that problem like that, but
you can, but we can't take the knight. Yeah, we can't take the knight. So because here, if we play this move,
yeah,
black will be attacking our rook twice. Yes. So okay, so but why not capture here? Why is suggestion is rook to D6? It's black's moves. It's black's move. Why is Willow if you're trying to do any moves?
Rook to G4. I cannot find good solution here, because also potential knight on F7 defend a very important square for us, E5. Sometimes we can jump with the bishop on E5, and queen and king, we can collect his queen, or maybe to...
Yeah, it's against bishop E5. Right? Okay.
Yeah, but I cannot see why rook to G4 is weak here. Maybe the knight F5 or something like that. Maybe we can play also
on capture. Let's see, maybe we can broadcast.
You wanna collect like that.
This game.
Also, maybe knight G6, later knight to E7, or maybe later knight F4. He played rook D6.
He played rook D6, right? But why give that pawn when you can just take the G pawn without giving that pawn, right?
There should be something.
There should be something that
let's check it. Yeah.
So here, let's remove this arrow to be able to find it. So I think there's no game being broadcasted now. There is. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen game is being broadcasted. So instead of here, the white captured, and after that black captured. But we were thinking about the position here, right? Bishop C8, rook D1. Yeah, instead of rook D6 here. We're thinking. So, okay, but let's see what happened on rook D, A1 after rook D6, and white captured, now black captured with a rook. Maybe this is better than...
I cannot find the solution there. Maybe knight G6 and then knight E7, something like that. his plan is simple right now for Magnus. Somehow to collect pawn on h6, or maybe try to improve his bishop on maybe king b1, bishop c1, later bishop e3 to collect pawn on c5, because right now c5 pawn is very weak. And later when we collect that pawn 4-on-2 on that side of the board, and or you can always control h6, because we have opposite color bishops, and this should be winning for Magnus.
I think because we're broadcasting it, we can see here. Let's see. It says 1.1. Yeah,
it's +1. Because I told you, c5 pawn is very weak, and we can collect it in the future. And when we play, like in this game, opposite color bishop, endgame or maybe middle game, we can always control that pawn with our bishop, h pawn. And later, of course, put some pressure on a king side, and 4 against 2 will be much better for us.
So yeah, we were in the open section. We were looking at Magnus' game, but also there was a second game.
Well, let's go. Yeah, let's check Caruana game.
Yeah. So this one. Let's look at this one. Okay, let's start from the beginning, but I guess at one moment it's
okay.
So e4, let's do it fast so that we see. Oh, I play like this. I just played like this.
Bishop's opening, huh?
But I don't put the bishop on g5, which I should. Is it better if we put the bishop on g5 in this opening?
Yeah, it's just option. So you can of course play short castle knight e2, later route your knight on g3.
Yeah.
You can play with bishop on c1, but it's option also to go bishop there.
Okay. I can try.
When you go bishop g5, they can attack you on a king side. So it's also option for black. So g5, knight e7, knight g6 later to try to attack there. But also, if black push the pawn on g5.
You mean here black can try to attack the bishop?
After d6,
even if we haven't castled yet.
No. When you play short castle, it's better for them. Bishop back.
Bishop a7.
Yeah, short castle, for example, here. Of course, that's not perfect, but if you're not very good in dynamic things, it can be good for black. Yeah. So g5, knight e7, knight g6, and just to try to
g5
to penetrate king side. Yeah.
Here, I wouldn't like
knight e7, knight g6, and later.
I don't want to play this.
Yeah, but right now, if you play with the white pieces, you can play rook.
But this knight, if this knight gets to f5, what do we do?
But also you can play rook e1, knight f1, knight to e3, and control f5 also square, which is important for you. And at the same time to play d4, and you see, when they play g5, there is a hole on f5 for your knight, and that's also solid for you.
f5, but the bishop, they give the bishop for it, no?
Yeah, but you don't want to jump immediately. You can push d4 also. It's playable for white.
Okay.
But it's really dynamic.
Okay. So let's see what happened in the game.
Queen there.
Bishop takes d4. Say someone's here. Let's say me. They want the knight. We defended the knight. We are here, I think. No, where are we? Rook b8. Yes, rook b8, rook takes b8. Yeah, I think we're close to the position that they're playing now. Yeah. So let's go back. Should black have avoided knight c6 or not?
I'm not sure how you can avoid
the best move here. Yeah, to avoid that or not?
d5 to control c6.
But is it okay with all the pawns are safe if d5 is played? Are all the pawns safe? Let's say the e5 pawn I see attacked many times.
Yeah, but
let's say if I
maybe
just capture and capture on e5. Oh, it's not possible.
yeah,
right?
then I can collect
Because
your
queen,
knight on
yes,
a5.
the knight is hanging. Okay, you cannot see previous positions well. So let's see knight c6. Okay, it's a bit complicated.
Yeah, position is very dynamic. You see, maybe here knight to c5 and later to move your rook to b7, or
They played knight c5, rook to b7.
yeah, queen takes and rook there.
But it's okay, right? White wants to capture that bishop or not? White wants to give the knight for that bishop. Yeah.
Maybe not immediately. Maybe not immediately because queen d4, rook b7. Also, maybe you can take it. Rook takes knight and then pawn to e5. White should be slightly better here because his pieces are better.
And, but we should capture, right? We shouldn't keep this knight or capture with the other knight.
You don't need to reroute your knight back, so you can collect with your queen and put more pressure there. And black then must play rook b7 to protect his bishop. Yeah, and when we collect his bishop, then the rook stays in on edge of the board, so that's also good for us. You have to spend some impulse to go back to the game.
Yes, and pawn to e5 is a good threat.
Something like that, yeah. Open up the center.
Capture, yeah, it looks good for white. Yeah, it looks comfortable for white.
Yeah, also your knight protect your rook in the middle, and yeah, this should be slightly better for white. Yeah, Caruana decided to play some solid type of positions because Draganada is very strong in dynamic chess and he's very young and his calculation is I think maybe right now better than Caruana's. So we'll see how he'll.
So if let's say if two players are actively playing, okay, but one is younger, the younger one will have an advantage in time. I mean, in calculations, let's say, will be better than the older one, even if the older one is actively playing chess. Yes, it makes a difference.
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe it's better. So Draganada is very strong. Also, he won in a tie break right now. Just to check. Also, this Indian younger guy.
Gukesh against Gukesh.
Yeah, I think Gukesh, or maybe Arigaishi Aryon. Yeah, they played a lot of tie breaks, and Draganada won 7 or 8 games, something like that. It was very difficult for him.
Let's see, anyone here want to play? There's Daphne. No. Okay, I'm not sure.
Well, let's go check some women's section. Maybe there is some new games. It's new.
Yeah. Oh, that's the open section. That's the women's section. So where are we? That's the women's section. Where is the today's game?
Yeah, there.
Final. That's it. Okay. So let's see. This one was the one we were following from.
Bishop against knight right now. In this type of
how did that happen? Let's see, after the exchange. And yeah, we were expecting this bishop to a3. Knight moved directly, right? We were thinking maybe bishop c4. Okay, so that's how they traded.
Yeah, usually bishop and in this type of positions, bishop is better than knight because we play on queen and king side of the board, and 3-on-2 on a queen side. But it depends. Maybe somehow white can hold this game.
So why king to e1? Because they don't want bishop f1. They don't want the bishop to f1.
Just to check. Bishop there.
I mean, why did white play king to e1?
Because maybe because you cannot play king to g7, and I want to put my knight on f6, and I can decide where to jump with my knight later.
King to f8 and knight f6.
Because yeah, you cannot touch my pawns on a queen side of the board because a3 and c3 stays on the dark squares.
They are on dark squares, yes. So let's see, what's the strategy if our opponent has, let's say, the light square bishop? We should put all our pawns on light squares, on dark squares?
It depends about the position. Right now,
does it not create any weaknesses on the light squares?
In this position, when your pawns are on your side of the board, it's better for you to put them on the dark squares and to try somehow to kick away that knight from f6. But it depends about the position. Sometimes it's better to put, of course, on the light squares so you can protect them with a bishop. So it depends, as I told you, about the position. So here, plan is simple: to try to bring your king in a game, and later to make a pass pawn on a queen side of the board.
I mean, as white, if I'm playing with white, so I should try to put my pawns, or again, it depends on the position.
Yeah, it depends. Right. But here, for example, plan is simple. You wanna push your pawns on a queen side to make a pass pawn, and later maybe to reroute your king on a king side of the board and to try to collect some pawns. Because of course, white's king will also stay on a queen side of the board. When you make a pass pawn, he will try to control that pawn with a king. This should be slightly better for black, but also I'm not sure it's enough to win a game or not.
Let's see, let's go to the second game that was for the third and fourth places. Where had we reached? Yes, here the rook takes, yes,
rook
and
takes.
f takes.
Very nice move, yeah. Very nice move. Knight there.
Bishop take and knight took. We reached here. Yeah, we had already reached here in our minds.
Yeah, now I think if rook takes, bishop b2. Bishop back. Right now, plan for black is just somehow to try to exchange dark square bishop for knight, and of course maybe to collect one pawn on a queen side of the board, and later to play opposite color bishop endgame. So like that, you can very easily draw your game. But right now, 2 pawns up for white.
So anyone joining us now, who just joined now, if you have any questions about these games from the World Cup, you can ask, of course, Coach Nemanja. is here to help us with these positions. And also, if you want, you can challenge me or Coach Nemanja to a match. And
right now, behind bishop e6 is very nice idea. If you go there and white, for example, play something bad, like for example h4, just to show what's the point. h4, for example, yeah.
Okay.
We can collect his knight on b3, pawn takes, and right now.
Let's see, something changed, right? Something changed. So we're thinking about this move, and let's say a random move. And
h4, bishop takes, knight takes, and right now rook to a8 is almost winning move.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because if you right now if you move your king, I can play bishop to d4 and then collect your piece. If you play something else,
if you move your rook, let's say put it somewhere safe, we can take the bishop first. Yes, then that's very good. That's very good. Let's see, maybe we can make it to show it. So this idea had the idea of to take, and here we either want to play bishop here, and if the king moves away, bishop d4, and if let's say the rook tries to move so that the bishop moves, now we can capture here on a7 and then do the check and get back our piece.
Yeah.
So let's see, rook takes a1. Yeah, we're in this position. Okay. But is it maybe, let's say for me, such a tactic in this position would be maybe easy to miss, because I will not be looking for tactics maybe here, maybe, I don't know, or let's say, should seeing such patterns make us think of such a move? Because okay, in this position I wouldn't be thinking maybe of tactics, just to see what to do with my rook, what to do, how to get my pawns back maybe.
Yeah, right now, as you can see, king and bishop, stays on the same diagonal, and
yeah, okay, that's a clue.
Check, yeah, something like that. And also when you collect on b3, rook and bishop stay on the same file, and you can try somehow to it's simple way how to collect rook or piece, rook to a8 and later bishop in the middle, maybe.
But there should be some move that might
no, of course. White is okay here. Maybe right now you can jump with a knight in the middle, or something like that. Yeah. So maybe there may be something else, but you can of course play something. It's 2 pawns up right now.
Yeah.
You can check some another game, maybe.
Okay.
There is something interesting.
Here, let's see Magnus game. Did something change here? Something changed. Something's changed. We saw until what's this? 4. Oh, queen takes f4, rook takes g4. We saw here, I think.
Yeah. We checked
Let's
already.
put the best move. Yes. So here, queen f3 was suggested. Queen e3 was played. Rook to e6. Queen to t2. Knight to
Knight in the middle.
So black's threat is to capture. That's why rook to capture.
Rook h4, yeah, and then triple fork.
That's why this move should be played.
Yeah, rook e3, there is no other move, because if you move your, maybe to move your queen, but
it is okay. If Pale Car, you want to say something or ask something, you can. You can, but I think she's not in the class now, so she cannot hear us, I think.
let's go Caruana's game. Maybe there is something. He'll play rook to e3 for sure. And
let's see, because I okay, let's say hi to Roy. And let's see in which game. Yeah, let's go to Caruana's game, because here, let's see, is it in this position? This is the last position.
Knight there, pawn takes, knight c6.
So instead of knight c6, it seems that this move was better.
Looks like a good move.
So here, instead of knight c6, I think because they sent me that Anand was suggesting this move, so.
Then maybe bishop b6 and later knight c5 and rook to a8, and I can collect your pawn. I'm not sure 100%, but maybe something like that is possible.
Let's see. So here, what happened? Queen takes d4, rook a8. Okay. So what's the difference between rook a8 and rook b7? You know, if white is not going to capture, where is it better?
Yeah, rook b7 is weak because knight to d8. I didn't check that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you have to play rook there. So
yeah, it has to be rook to a8, pawn to a5. Queen to e8. Why pawn to?
In my opinion, yeah, right now white is slightly better because maybe queen to d5 control our knight, and at the same time there is no there is no space for his bishop, because you cannot improve your bishop. At the same time, I threatens e5 in the middle immediately. I can just open up position. My knight on c6 is very strong, and also your rook is almost trapped there to hold to control your bishop on a7. So my opinion, white should be slightly better here because it's very simple to play. Queen d5, control your knight, and just push your pawn in the middle.
Yeah, this and this. So anyone joining us here, we are going over analyzing with Coach Nemanja the World Cup games in the semifinals of the open section and the finals of the women's section. If you have any questions, you can just unmute and ask about these questions. And also, if you want to play against me or Coach Nemanja, you can just send a challenge and we will play, and also comment on the game that you're playing. Okay, so this was okay. Let's see the game of let's see if Magnus changed anything or not. So yeah, we saw knight e5, right? And then
he played king c2.
King c2. So this was not a threat.
Takes knight here.
Let's see if take.
When you collect my queen, yeah, in the end he threatens bishop to d5. So rook takes, knight f3.
Maybe let's see, maybe
king was on b8. Yeah, rook takes knight, knight f3. Then rook takes on e6, and when you collect my queen, I can play rook to bishop d5 in the end. When you collect my queen, bishop.
And okay. Yes, bishop d5. I see. Or I was thinking, or is that not good? I was thinking also if take, can we simply just capture here and then capture there?
You can take immediately. Yes, it's also winning.
Okay. So what was played here? King b7. So maybe they just removed their king from this diagonal. Yeah, king b7 and rook to e3.
Yeah, right now threat is knight f3, so he must work his rook somewhere.
Let's see. Okay. We just want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, Knarik, I have to go now, so see you tomorrow. Maybe see you next time to discuss some other games.
Okay. Thank you for being with us. Bye. Okay, so anyone joining us on the YouTube channel can also join us in the website chesswithknarik.com. When we are waiting to see any changes in the games of the World Cup, we can you can challenge me to a game if you want. Let's see. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. Let's see, we will rejoin here and join the webinar. Okay. Let's see. So let's see if in the games there are any changes, or here if someone wants to play, let's say Roy or anyone who wants to play. But let's see meanwhile if there were any changes in the World Cup games that we are watching. Okay, the broadcasted game is Magnus Carlsen game. Let's see that first, if there was any change there. So no, the last move played was rook to e3 and queen to e7. Oh, Daphne is challenging me. Let's play with Daphne. So, So anyone joining us in this webinar, we're taking a look at the World Cup games. The men and women. The women, it's the finals, and the men is the semifinals. Let's see. So if meanwhile you want to play any games with me, you can challenge me. And we will also, between the games, see what's happening with the World Cup games. And you can also ask questions there. But it is leaving the bishop. That's on h4. Hi, Daphne. Let's see, maybe you could capture on d4, right? Because you're attacking d4 twice. I'm defending it one time. There it's not safe, yes. Thanks, Daphne. Good luck to you too. Maybe you could capture my pawn on b5. Okay. Maybe let's not push the pawn in front of the king so much, right? Oh, I thought it was a take back suggestion. Okay, good game, Daphne. Let's see. Okay, let's see in the games what changed. Okay, in which games? Oh, Roy is challenging me to a game. It's 5-minute game. Okay. So anyone joining our live stream, you can join our website, the chesswithknarik.com website. And in this website, you can challenge me to games. And we're also analyzing the World Cup games today. Hello, Roy, how are you? So if you have an account, you can just sign in. And if you don't have an account on the website, you can just sign up in a very fast way to a free account and keep using our website. You can check the schedule here. At the top, there is a schedule where you can see all the classes that you can attend on this website. We have already set up some classes. For example, tonight there's a class with Coach Nemanja that you can join. It's a group webinar, and at the end of the webinar, you get to play a tournament with everyone who's participating in the webinar. Just 1 second. Okay. And tomorrow there's another webinar with me. And again, after each webinar, there's a tournament that we play every time, every week. A lot of calculations here. Okay, that was a good game, Roy. Let's see. Maybe let's see. Anyone who wants, of course, they can challenge me to a game. But let's see. Surely there were some changes in the games that we were analyzing. Let's see. The women's section first. We were looking at this endgame. Let's see. I think not much has changed in this position. Knight f6, king g7. Attacking our knight. Here, knight to e8, king to f8, and they're repeating the position. Probably, if they continue repeating, oh, it has already ended in a draw. So, okay. So with Coach Nemanja, we were thinking that maybe Black would have some advantage, but it's of course this was not easy to continue playing. There was not a clear way. How about here? This was for the so the first game that ended in a draw, that was for the first place, but they also play one more game. They play two games in the match, but not today. Let's see this one. This game was for the third place. So this match is going to be for the third place in the Women's World Cup. So let's see where we had reached here. We saw here when our rook was captured. Yeah, I think that's about it. This is now new. So now the threat is bishop capturing on b3. So let's see, bishop takes the knight, bishop captured here. Of course, we cannot take with the a pawn because then our pawn was pinned. So here we have to move away our bishop, and then the rook is capturing our a2. Yeah, we have to move the bishop, and the rook is capturing on a2. Okay, rook to c1. Rook to c1. Rook moved back to a8. Okay, I guess defending the back rank. Rook to c7, attacking the pawn. Pawn to b5. Rook c5 attacks the pawn. Bishop c4 defends and attacks the pawn on a2 on e2. Rook g5, attacking g7, and pawn to g6. So here white does have an extra pawn, and it is the doubled pawn that's on e4, but because it's doubled and the pawns are weak, it really doesn't count as an advantage for white here. And I guess a while ago here, when black offered the trade of rooks, white did not trade because playing this endgame, if the rooks were traded, playing a different opposite color bishop endgame, usually even if there is a one pawn extra, one of the side has an extra pawn, okay, usually is not easy. They end up as a draw, and especially this extra pawn being double pawn. So this game was probably going to end in a draw if the rooks were traded. I guess white wants to play longer. That's why they refused the trading of the rooks, and they're just continuing to play here. Rook c5. So can't here black capture the pawn that's on e2. I don't see why not. Okay. So let's move also to the men's to the open section. That's those are the semifinals in the open section. we were following from the beginning Magnus Carlsen's game. Let's see, we had reached let me see too. Yeah, until here we saw the knight is attacking the queen moves away and attacks our knight. So on this capture, Black is going to be able to capture back the piece. And now attacking the bishop twice, and it's pinned. So white is attacking the queen, and indirectly, that's an extra protection, indirectly also attacking the bishop a second time. Let's see, Black moved away the queen. Okay, so it's good in these positions. It's good that it's true that for now, our bishop is defended enough times. So where were we? So in this position, let's go forward. Yeah. So it's true that in this position, our bishop is defended enough times. Okay, but it is after all pinned. So it is good not to keep this pin, and just move away from the pin. Keeping everything defended is a good idea. Let's see, rook to g6. Bishop f4. So Black is trying some tactics using the f and g files. Rook to f6, attacking the bishop. Of course, we should be careful of such threats, but okay, with white, Magnus Carlsen is playing, so surely it's going to be, yeah. So bishop to e3. Of course, now it's not possible to play a rook to f2. Okay, so these were the open section. Okay, and there was one more game in the open section. It was, yeah, Caravana. Here we saw this position, knight to c5, queen captured, and the rook moved to a8, pawn to a5, queen to e8. Yeah, we were discussing with Coach Nemanja that white should play queen to d5, and followed by the idea of pushing the pawn to, let's see, let's go back. Yeah, pushing the pawn to e5 was the idea for white. So I guess knight to d3 is stopping that right now. That's a check. Of course, the queen can't capture because of this threat. Black will be leaving the rook that's on a8. Let's see, where did we? So knight e7 check. So definitely king is moving away. Now we take, and black takes our knight as well. Pawn to g3. For of course, this is always a useful move against any back rank threats that our opponent can have. Where did we reach? We saw here. No. Yeah, g3. Okay. So bishop to c5. So the knight was trying to move to f5, I guess. Okay, just improving the position bit by bit. Let's say each one playing slowly here, nothing. G6. Let's see why G6. Let's think here if that was the suggestion by the best move. It was. So there should be a reason for pawn to G6. And king to f3. Okay, that's not a move that I would think of where there are queens on the chessboard. But let's see. Okay, white pushed this pawn. Going back to a8 with the rook is the best move here. I guess in this position, white is better. Let's see, we can see in this game. I'm guessing here white is better because the queen is more active, the rook is more active, the rook is on an open file while this rook is not so good. We also have our center is good for white. Let's see. Let's see the evaluation. What is it? Yeah. Okay, it is +1 for white. Yeah. So let's go back. Okay, so anyone on the website who wants to challenge me to a game, you can. And then once in a while, we can check with the games what's happening. Let's see. Let's see the women's section, if anything changed there. So one of the games already, the one for the first place is already finished in a draw. And there is still the one for in progress, the one that is being played for the third place. So here, yeah, I was thinking, why not capture? Yeah, why not capture? Definitely capture. And okay, here the white king is active. So black is giving up the pawn that's on b5, but is attacking the one that's on g4. Okay, here maybe because the white bishop is on the f6 square and creating some threats on the back rank. So this rook, for example, cannot move from the back rank because of some threats that we can have, even though now the bishop is covering the square. But in general, having the bishop on f6 is a bit dangerous for black. Yeah, so white captured the pawn on b5 and black captured the one on g4. Here, for example, the rook cannot move from the back rank because of the threats that white has. There's a check and a checkmate. Usually with different color bishops, if let's say the rooks were traded, maybe this would have been simpler, more drawish easily. But here, let's see. So I guess white should try to push the pawn that's on the b file. Let's see, does anyone here want to play? Let's see. Somebody just joined. Let's challenge that person to a rapid game, maybe. Then we can see the games again later. It is better in the beginning of the game to have our small pieces out, to take our small pieces out, the knights and the bishops, because now the queen is blocking the bishop. Okay, so usually if our king, we have not castled, our king is in the middle of the chessboard, we try not to open the center, okay, because then it will be some problem. Maybe you should go back, yeah, even before. Okay, so usually we should castle earlier, right? And we should try not to open the center when the king is in the middle of the chessboard. Okay, let's just remember that in this game, let's say when we put the queen out right in the beginning, it was blocking our bishop. Usually the bigger pieces like the queen and the rooks, we leave them, we develop them later on during the game. At the beginning of the game, we need to take out our bishops and knights, castle as fast as possible. Okay, in addition that, in this game, when we delayed our castling, and plus we opened up the center, which makes a lot of problems. If I use the E file, you have not castled and opened the center. It's usually a lot of problems there. Let's see. Let's see. Here, what happened? So the first game, it finished already in a draw, and the second game. Yeah, in the second game, white should be trying to push the b pawn. I guess that's what they're trying to do, and trying to keep the black king passive. Okay. So I guess white will try to continue to promote. What can black be trying? Maybe some checks. But I think everything is defended here. Let's see also in the open section what's happening there. Yeah, okay, so white is doing better here. Let's see, captured there. Okay, so I think white could also capture on h6, but I think there's no need to hurry there. Yeah, okay. But we should be careful capturing, leaving this the f2 square is a bit dangerous. So because of such threats, so maybe that's why capture on c5, keep the bishop on the diagonal to keep defending the f2 square. Let's see here, let's go back. Could black have captured the pawn that's on d3? I think there would be some tactic where we can also capture here or not. Yes, yes, because here, if the king captures, our queen could move to c7. No, let's see, where were we? No, No. The queen can move to c7, but nothing will happen there. So let's go back. So why didn't here why black capture on this square? Yeah, captured again. Anyways, if yeah, if the king had captured, we were going to have a double attack, check, and get the bishop back on g4, because now our rook and queen are attacking there. So that was a good tactic. So black checked. Maybe we can bring the bishop back. So this is the game of Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in the webinar, you can hear me. Let's see. Okay, so this was the game of Magnus Carlsen, but there is also another game. Let's see. So Caruana's game. He had an advantage where we were watching. Let's see, e5. Yes. Here we had reached here. Okay, let's see. Anyone on the website? If you want to play, we can play. Say maybe some challenges to everyone. Here. And also here. We can play all at the same time. Let's see. So anyone joining on the YouTube stream, you can join our website, chesswithknarik.com, and participate in this stream. You can play against me, and we can also see together between games. We can see the games in the World Cup. So now I'm playing against 3. That's okay. So usually when our opponent plays a move, we should think, why did they do their move? I played pawn to c3. Now that's a fork, right? Let's see, is it my turn somewhere? Here. So anyone joining? Let's see, is there someone else you want to play at the same time? See, we can challenge maybe more participants. Yeah. That's the 4th game. My turn here. Take first, and then we can take again. What? No, we don't want that. Okay, that's leaving the bishop. No, the pawn is gonna push more. Let's play this. Okay, usually it's better to keep the bishops. Okay, I thought they were 4 games. So in this game, I should be careful about my light squares because your bishop is controlling them. Let's have this bishop move away. Oh, my time is not here. Maybe that was not a good idea. I was gonna get checked. Let's see. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought so too. attacking many pieces. Okay, I don't have a lot of time here, but I think it will be enough. Now I can just push my pawn. I want to push and push. Okay, those were good games. Let's see what happened with the games that we were looking at. So anyone who wants can just challenge me to a game. Let's see. So the first women's game had finished. The second one, I think, has not changed much. White is trying to promote the B pawn. Okay, black has created a passed pawn. Let's see here. What would happen if we had captured? I guess because anytime white can capture that and has many threats now. Okay, so this is winning for white. White is better here. This is the match in the World Cup for the third place. It's the first match out of 2. Okay. Let's see in the men's, in the open section. Here. So white won here, Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, he was winning because he had extra pawns. Okay, on the queen side, he has 4 against 1. And king side, that pawn on h6 is easy to stop. Okay. Let's see the other game in this match. What changed from the last time that we saw? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we saw till here. So white has an extra pawn, but in a rook endgame, it's not really easy to win this with an extra pawn. Let's see, anyone who has joined and wants to play against me, you can. Anyone else? I can challenge maybe others at the same time. Can I? No, I should have challenged. So anyone joining in the stream, you can join our website, the chesswithcanary.com website. You can check the schedule at the top and see the different webinars that we have this week. And join us. There is one today with Coach Nemanja in a bit. And one tomorrow with me. Usually in the beginning of the game, we don't move with the same piece twice. Let's say that knight moved to c6 and then to d4. We first finish our development and then think about moving the same piece more than one. Oh, I have two games. Okay. Okay, usually the bishop should be on an open diagonal. Placing the bishop on d6, it's blocked by your own pawn on e5. Yeah, I will happily undo. It was not good for me, I think. I think there was some tactics with the back rank. I will not capture there again. I will pin. Now I think it's okay to capture. Because a while ago my bishop was on c1. And after knight takes, queen takes, you could play rook e8. And how was I going to defend my rook on e1? My bishop was on c1. We would have this position, but better for you. Could have checked. You're leaving the rook. Is there anything there? Let's play this just in case. Wise Willow, are you saying something to me? You want me to start teaching? Okay, after this game, we can do some exercises. Okay, but this class was to watch the games in the World Cup and to play some games, but surely we can do some exercises after this. Yeah, I'll be happy to. We can take a look at the World Cup games if they're still continuing, and then do some exercises. But I think we have half an hour before Coach Nemanja has his class. To play. I could maybe play king f6. Okay, that was a good game. Let's just see what games still are going on. Let's see. Okay, the women's game is still continuing here. Yeah. Okay, just the 1 minute. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the game for the 3rd place in Women's World Cup. So White does have the advantage, has an active king, has an extra pass pawn. And the black king is completely stuck and cannot help its pieces. So we can say white is winning here. And here, black is going to lose the bishop as well. That has black resigned. Because here, after this check, let's see the best move. Yeah, and then there is a check that there's a skewer and we can win. We can win the bishop too. Yeah. So this is the winning for white for sure. And if we go back, yeah, this did happen already. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here definitely white is winning here. Let's go in the men's section, in the open section. Hello, Pranjal. Let's see, in the men's section, Carlsen's game has finished, but we were seeing another game where there was a rook end game. Where had we reached? Okay. So here in this rook end game, white does have an extra pawn, but it's not very easy to win this because the black rook can keep on attacking pawns and doing checks. It's not usually easy to win a rook end game, even with an extra pawn. Hello. Maybe you could keep your pawn. There was no need to be. There was nothing dangerous. You could defend the pawn. Hi, hi. So because I have an extra pawn, I want to go to a pawn endgame because it will be the easiest way for me to win. I can just create a passed pawn and promote. Okay. That was a good game, but I think that we just gave 1 point by mistake. And after trading everything, I could win. Let's see, let's go to see the games, if they are still going on. Not here. Yeah, the finals. Okay, it's finished. So here, yes, this was already winning for white. So the women's games finished. For the final, the first match ended in a draw, and for the third place, the match ended by here white winning. Anna Muzyczuk from Ukraine won. Okay, how about in the open section? Magnus Carlsen had already won. And we were seeing an endgame, yeah, with 1 extra pawn, a rook endgame with Caruana here. Okay. Here it is black's turn, and this is a draw, this pawn endgame. Even when white has an extra pawn, all black has to do is stay on e7. And that's a draw for sure. But I wonder why they're continuing. Yeah, I think it finished. No, not yet. But only kings on the board, and they're playing. Maybe something's wrong. Why is it in progress? I think it finished in a draw. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining this webinar and this live stream. In 15 minutes, there's a webinar with International Master Nemanja that you can join. Just sign up to a free account on chesswithcanary.com if you don't have an account, and if you have an account, just join on time and you will be able to participate in the webinar, learn something new, and play a tournament. Thank you.